Hello and welcome to my stream. I am just waiting to see if Twitch will receive my data. It says they're both online. Perfect. Hello and welcome to my stream. So, I know this is a bit off schedule. I know that I've never said that I wanted to... Let me just turn down the microphone a little bit. I know that I have said that I would probably never do a stream like this, and well, in my here it's late morning, lunch if you will, lunchtime, but nevertheless here I am. Today we're going to do something completely new. I'm going to do something completely new. So let me tell you two things that I've changed for my streams now. The first thing is that I'm going to try to my best to stream both to YouTube and to Twitch. I just thought to myself, why do I have to choose between them? There's no need for that. So here I am, sending both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And I'm going to do this forward from now until I for some reason think that it is not doable, or if Restream changes something that I don't like, then I'm going to go back to just stream to either YouTube or Twitch. Alright, the second thing is that I'm not sure I will continue doing these lunch streams here. It's 12:46 a.m. or is it p.m.? I really don't know. I'm on 24 hours, but it's 12:46 here, so it's not 24 or 00 if you will. So yeah, I'm not sure I will continue to do these streams, but if I continue with these streams as you see them now, I will definitely do other games than Star Citizen in these morning streams or whatever you want to call them, because I don't know if I ever showed you, but the apartment where my computer is, we have two huge windows to my back, so that means that the light from the windows comes straight in onto my screens, and I don't have roll down curtains or anything like that that can take the darkness. So whenever the sun is really up, it has moved past our window, so it's not shining light directly into the living room. But when it does, it is completely impossible for me to see anything on the screen, especially if I play a game where most of the screen is dark, like for instance Star Citizen. So if I continue with this, I haven't decided yet, and I haven't also not decided on how many streams I will do and all that. We will do different games than Star Citizen in these streams here, and then I will reserve the night streams or the evening streams for Star Citizen when I can actually see what is going on my screen. So let's get to today's program. Today I'm going to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. I know I've put out a couple of videos on my YouTube channel where I've just flown around in Denmark and showed you where I live. I didn't get to finish that that series, but I definitely will. I'll also show you both Fyn and, well, I'm going to say it in my language, okay? Jylland. I think that in English you would probably call it Fyn, and in Jylland you would call that Jutland. But the names of the, well, if you look at it this way, Denmark is actually, there's no country here. We have 2 islands. Well, we have several islands, but we have 2 big islands, Sjælland and Fyn. and then we have a peninsula, and that's Jylland. So then we also have Bornholm and smaller islands around, but Langeland, for that matter. Long country. Yeah. But yeah. I will show you parts of Fyn and Jylland as well. I'm going to stick with the names that I have. And for those streams, we'll probably take the Cessna 172 for that. It's a good plane for these kind of things. Today we're going to do something rather different. So let me just show you. Here you can see my on-air company manager. I tried out the trial. I didn't even finish the trial before I decided that this is something that I wanted to continue with. So I bought a. I hope you can see what's going on here. So I bought a 3-month subscription, and then I can play around with it and see if it's something I will continue in more depth. I probably, when I know a little bit more about it, I've tested it out a little bit more, will do some, I don't know, tutorials. It's not really tutorials, it's more my take on it. As you can see now, we are in the Stratus world. I will show you what that means in a little bit. But first, let's get set up for this flight here, and then we can continue to talk about what on-air is and what it does. I also have a subscription, if you will. It's not really a subscription because it's free for FS Economy, and I'm also going to play around a little bit with that. And then eventually I will tell you what I see as the major differences. There are some obvious differences between them, and there are also obviously some similarities between them. So the differences, now let's take the similarities because that's just straight out of the box. The obvious similarities between FS Economy and on-air company manager is that you basically fly around with your airplane just like in Truck Simulator, and you earn money. And with those money, you can buy new airplanes, you can buy FBOs, that's basically a little operational station at an airport where you can get jobs and all that, contracts. And you can also, yeah, that's basically what you do with these two services here, let's call them that. So that's the commonalities between them. The differences is, beside the obvious, that FS Economy is free and on-air is, well, it's paid. It's a payware. It's a subscription based. There are some differences that makes me go towards on-air more than FS Economy. I like FS Economy. I think it's a great service for what it is, but one of the things that I really like about on-air here, and that's sort of what separates them, is that in this world we are in here, the Stratus world, you can hire AIs to perform jobs. So just like in Euro Truck Simulator or American Truck Simulator, anything like that, you can hire AIs to fly around for you. If you have an extra airplane, that is, when you get there, and then you can earn money and have them earn money for you as well. I haven't tested it out, but I'm pretty sure that they won't give you experience. So I'm going to explain more what on-air is, but let me just say, in FS Economy, it's sort of a multiplayer idea. So you play with other people in simulators. And for example, one major difference is that in FS Economy, you cannot, if a given airport is filled up with FBOs, you can't place one here. In on-air, you can place no matter how many companies has placed an FBO at a given airport, you can get it as well. You can't just, the only restriction is that a single company cannot set up more than one FBO at a given airport. That's the only restriction. Whereas, like I said, in FS Economy, whenever one airport is filled out with FBOs that are working, if I can say it like that, if they are active, then no one else can come into that airport and put up another FBO. And you can see it. It says that it's been filled up, or how you want to put it. Yeah. So and another sort of major difference, like I said, in on-air company manager, you can hire AIs. In FS Economy, you will only work with other people. So you can set up, they call it groups, but essentially you could also call it a virtual airline. And there people can ask to get into the group, or you can invite people into the group, and then you can work towards a common goal. And we have one world here in On-Air Company that basically does the same, but I'm not sure I will go into that because I like the idea. And someone subscribed, but I can't really see who it was. Whoever it was, thank you for subscribing. Or, well, now I'm both streaming I'm both streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so I'm not sure which one of them it was. But nevertheless, whoever it was, thank you. It really helps me out. All right, so where was I? Yeah, it was pretty loud, that noise. It's okay. Because I like the idea that I can hire AIs to do the job. I can... And one other reason for that is that what I get in On-Air Company Manager that I don't get in FS Economy is exactly that, the AIs that I can work with. But I will make more videos and on YouTube, and I'll stream more, and then we can take it. I will probably only stream... I have 2 worlds here. I can't even remember what the first one is called. But this is the Stratus world, so the difference is that here you have things as realistic as they can be, whereas in the other world you can fiddle around with stuff. It's more like a, I don't know, call it a playground for me to learn the service. But this Stratus world here is going to be mainly my stream world, if you will. And then we will then sometimes once or twice I might go into the other world. That is being reserved for videos where I'll try to talk about what I think about the service and perhaps give some pointers and all that to it if people want to, if you want to get into it. But other than that, it's going to be my personal playground for getting to know the service. But this is going to be the stream. This is going to be the official, where I and one of the reasons for that, I don't really care much for it, but there is a leaderboard here, so you can see how well I do compared to others. Probably pretty badly for starters. Yeah. So the main way that you get to earn money in On-Air, as well as FS Economy for starters, if you don't start in the easy world, if you will, because there you have a tutorial and you can get an airplane. When you finish that, you get, I think it's about 7,500 credits. This money here is called credits. We could call them Danish kroner or dollars, whatever you want to call them. Euros, for that matter. You get that for free, and you get an airplane. Actually, you get, I think it's a bug in the service, but you get 2 airplanes for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe you get the airplane that you took the test in, and you also get another, I'm not sure. But when you start in the Stratus world, you start with 10,000 credits. That is not much. In the easy world, you start with 150, I think it is. And, well, you have low reputation and all that, so you have to really start from scratch. So, let's get into it. I have placed myself my home base. When you set up your account, let me just get a sip of coffee. Oh, I made that really strong. When you set up your account, you have to sort of select a home base. This is a starting point. Yeah, that's also, let me just, no, I'm just talking here. Sorry about that. Also, one of the major differences between on-air company manager and FS economy. In FS economy, you can jump around in countries just like you will. You obviously, if you have a plane that you bought, it's placed somewhere. You can't just move it somewhere else and fly it there, unless of course you actually fly it there. But other than that, when you rent an airplane in FS economy, if let's say I took a couple of flights in New Zealand in the group that I'm in there, but now I can go to I could just as well go to Denmark or United States or anywhere I would wish and search for a plane there. I can rent and then take some jobs there. I'm not bound anywhere. I'm not, as far as I know it. When you get your first plane, and in this case here, it will be this plane right here, which is fortunately enough have pretty good condition. Well, it has high hours, but it's pretty low compared to the others. And the condition for the airframe and the engine is pretty good. And it is in my home airport, so I can rent that. So let's see. Let's rent it. So what you do is that you dry rent per flight hour. That means that you have to pay for the fuel yourself. There are some rules about that. You have to deliver the airplane back to the airport where you rented it. So I have to get back to Kastrup Airport in Copenhagen at some point. But when you fly it, you pay 310 credits per hour, as you can see here. And then there's a renting bond. It's sort of like money that you'll pay up front, sort of. No, you can't do it, but in sort of the for the sake of reality, not reality, but realism. For the sake of realism, you put up some money in front, so that if you steal the plane or anything like that, if you crash it, then you have paid this money here. I'm pretty sure that this is way low compared to, well, what the airplane is worth, but that's the price that the person who is renting it, unless it's the bank, and don't know, they choose it. This is an add-on that I bought for Flight Sim, MS Flight Sim, the new 2020, and yeah, I chose that because I think it looks cool and it's fast and it has a pretty okay range. But let's rent it and let's talk more about what we're going to do. So we're going to rent an aircraft for, yes, with a daily minimum 1 hour flight. Nah. At the end of the lease, the aircraft has to be returned to the current airport with at least the same fuel level. So that was what I'm going to say. Bond to pay immediately, 3,100, and we'll get it back at the end of the rent. So yes, this is your first aircraft. You can be teleported for free at its location. So that was what I'm going to say before, the differences, and this was what I thought I remembered, but I wasn't sure. But as I can see, it actually was like that. When you select your first aircraft, you can obviously be teleported, because otherwise, if you're based in Copenhagen or anywhere else, and then you rent an airplane at another place, you're stuck, right? So you need to, then you will have to use money to to transport yourself with public transportation, all that. So it's a service. I think it's okay. It's nice that you get to be teleported for free to its location. But after that, when you are at an airport, you are at that airport. You can transport yourself around with public transportation means, but you can't just, like you do in FS Economy, choose somewhere where you go. So you can't just say, all right, today I'm going to fly in New Zealand, tomorrow I'm going to fly in Sweden, and the next day I'm going to fly in the US and Canada, whatever. You can't do that. You're stuck to the area where you are unless you transport yourself to a different area. So yes, I will accept. Aircraft, Coronado, M20R Ovation, blah blah blah. November 8159er, Quebec, rented at Echo Kappa Charlie Hotel. Alright, so as you can see, this is sort of the main base. So here's the airplane, and this big airport here is apparently I have positioned myself on the middle of one of the taxiways. I'm not sure that's very smart. But yeah, it's just a logo. So this is Kastrup Airport. Let's put on meters. So yeah. Let's see if we can find some jobs. So there are different ways that you can go about this. I like to go into my company. Let's just take a look at the dashboard. So as you can see now, I have started with 10,000. I have 6,900 credits, K. My company value is minus 3,100 because I started at 0 and I just spent 3,100. So obviously my company value went down. This is my income, obviously nothing there. Assets, it's all looking pretty bad because I just spent money. But this is the dashboard. This is sort of the place where we start. So let's go in. There are different ways you can go about this. You can go into world, find jobs, but I like to go into aircraft. And then you have two possible different, you have work orders, you have events, you have find FBOs, you have different things that you can do in here. You can also stop the rent if you want prematurely. Yeah, I think that's also another difference. We're going to see how it folds out. But when you rent an airplane in FS Economy, you fly it from A to B, and when you have flown that, you have to rent it again. It looks to me that I can rent this airplane until I'm finished with it, or I don't have any more money to pay. So hopefully my daily income, or whatever you want to call it, my income can sort of top off what I have to pay in rent. Hopefully that should be possible. So yeah, that's the different things we can do. I'm not going to work orders. I have tried a little bit with that. I think it's a little bit annoying. There's some what do you call it, lag perhaps, but it works. I tried to set up a work order, a rather complicated work order on my other world, and I think it's called Cumulus, now that I come to think of it. But other than that, I think work orders are mainly for when you have employees that you can do stuff with. Alright, so let's see if we can find some jobs. There should be some. And now it's just have to think a little bit about it. Should I, while we wait, let me just show you it. Profile. So this is the Coronado M20R. It's all called. It's an. Oh, what's it? What's the? It's called. Moni. I think it's the company that made this airplane is called Moni. There are some liveries that we can check. I personally like this one, the red one. I think it looks really cool. Let me show you. Well, apparently now it's invisible. Let's try this one. That was. Maybe it just takes a little bit of time to load in. But I did fly with it, so let's see if we can go into the... Well, there it was. I think this is one of the prettiest liveries for this airplane here. You can see it. This is called November 247 Victor Delta. It's going to change when I load up on Air Company Manager. So here we are, and it's very easy. We can choose one job for let's see, 1,160. It's from let's see where it is. Oh. That was definitely not what I wanted to do. Yes, loading airport data. Come on. Seems to be a little bit slow now. Alright, so, and now I'm also going to do some stuff with this here. You can see it. So, alright, so there it was. Yeah, that's Kastrup Airport. I know that pretty okay. So we're going to go from Kastrup Airport to... What is that? Oh, that's a pretty okay big airport in Berlin, Brandenburg. All right. Well, it's the only job that's available in this case here, so let's take it. I might have... we're just going to take this. I might have to increase this a little bit. We can go into aircraft. And we can see it's 970. But it also depends on the fuel level. So now we have prepared it. Let me just go into global settings. So here in survival mode, we can't change any of this. Otherwise, we could have said instant transport, instant of player and employees. We could change the check ride difficulty, the minimum air rending time, and we can set a job pay bonus and all kinds of different things. We can't do that here. But I will set, let me see, today it's I'm going to set it to, so it's about 10 o'clock. I don't like to fly at darkness, in the dark, when it's, when I have the light shining in from the windows behind me, so I'm going to set it a little bit earlier today here in Denmark. Let me see. Yeah, let me just show you. So we can go into FBOs. I don't have any FBOs, but we can go into the skill tree. So I have one skill point to distribute. So here I have to think about, do I want to hire someone? That wouldn't be very clever because I don't have any airplanes that you can fly around in. I could ask to get a passenger license. I could get an early FBO agreement. But in order to set up an FBO, you really need to have a lot of money. And bank loans, well, they... So I think the best would be to take a passenger license. Alright. So let's go into aircraft. And you can also go into see here we have a mission that we can take. So where is that going? It's going to Sweden. You know what? We have this for 7 days, so I probably will, and it gives a lot of experience. I will probably do this off screen, perhaps, I don't know, depending on if I go on streaming tomorrow. But I think we're going to take this mission cargo, local cargo here. It's 61 nautical miles. It's pretty fast getting there. And it's for ESFI. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to go into aircraft. And we're going to go into prepare your flight. I could also just go into live operations. We have this rented plane here. Prepare next flight. So we're going to go into ESFI. So let me just show you here. As you can see, I've already put in Kastrup, so we're going to put ESFI. Knisling Air Base. Let's say OK. So now you should be able to see on top, in the top bar here, my code, what airplane, and some of them of course not set yet because I haven't started flying. So let's say 20 lbs, 20 pounds, that's really not much. It's loaded. Can we load this as well? Sure we can. Because then we can take it all the way down to EDDB. Let's do that. So let's go, let's see how much fuel can we put into this airplane here. Let's see. Before we hit the max. We can fly, 800 nautical miles. That should be, well, how much do we need? We need about 300, I think. Let's just go back to 50%. That's 60 nautical miles. 621 nautical miles. I think we should be able to do that, so... And just like in real life, we have to wait for them to load our fuel and load our cargo. So while they do that, I'm going to start up Flight Sim. Let's go in here. Let's see, ATC options. They should give me the correct one. We are starting at Kastrup. And our arrival. Yeah, let's just set that up in game. So I'm going to start at, just take a medium gate. There, fine. And I don't have to worry about anything else because On Air is going to change that for me. So while we load in the game, going to take a little bit of time. As you can see, it now have given me the fuel I wanted. The cargo is loaded, and I just have to put in. We're going to start with the ESFI. Knisling Air Base, and it's going to suggest Ronneby Air Base. And we go to flight tracking page. So while the game loads, this is a little bit departure airport. Coronado M20R Ovation should be, yes, now it found out that. So as you can see, the date is set, fuel is set, total payload is set, the model, the one I want. Sim settings, no slew, no unlimited fuel, crash detection active. It will complain if I change anything like this, and then it's nearest airport detected. Get into Flight Sim. There was a little bit of drop out there. I should have loaded this in from the get-go, but let's just see how far it has come, because I can't see it down here. Let me just move. Ah. So, yeah. We can see it like this. Oh no, that's not what I want. There. Now you can still see how far we are unloading, and you can see when we start. I'll just say start tracking. And there are some things that you need to be aware of, which makes perfectly sense, given that we're trying to make this as real as it gets. Yeah, let me just say before we get into the game, in a little bit of time, I'm not sure exactly how much time, my son will come home from school. He's going at a school where he travels back and forth via taxi. So he will ring the doorbell, and then I will open for him, and he will get in here. And obviously, meanwhile, I will not say anything here. Yeah. So we can also, let me just show you something else. If we want to, we can toggle airport data and we can get a meter. Now this meter is not going to be precise because I have I've changed the time, but we can get sort of a rough idea of where we need to go. And now that we are at it, I will also open up my, let me see if I can find it, Navigraph charts. Just show you that. Here we are. I'm going to go for Kastrup. Open that. Make it a little bit bigger. As you can see, we are here. That route is wrong. I'm not going to change that. We're just going to go in for taxi, airport briefing, airport. So I want the 80th departure frequency. Get a little smaller. There we go. All right. Sorry. I can, if you put in something into the chat, I can't see it right now because my charts are blocking it. I can see something is happening if you write, but I can see exactly what you write. So because my charts are blocking it. Let me see. Yeah, it seems okay. So depending on what airfield we're going to take off from, I will suppose that we'll go out via Alpha, something like that. All right, now that we're here, let's start tracking. Show you. Now it's tracking, so let me get that out of the way. Now, in order to sort of increase realism in this case here, let me just show you something that is really cool about this airplane. Let's see, static elements. Let's open. So as you can see, we've opened the door out. This is the way you get in to this airplane. And also the back compartment here is where we load cargo in. So, but since we have already done that, we are loaded. Let's just close it again. Let's remove the static elements. We don't have any passengers in this case, so I'm not going to enable a co-pilot. Let me just remove that. And I want to increase floodlight. I think it's that one. All right. So let's get to it. There's not any real official checklist for this airplane here. It's something that I would love to have had, so I'm just going to wing it to the best of my abilities. I also really haven't figured exactly out how to use this little needle here. It should be sort of like the one you have in the more modern garment system, but yeah, I'm not sure about that. But nevertheless, let's get started. So we're going to turn batteries on and enable our avionics. And I will also enable, now that I'm here, pitot heat, just to be safe. And I'm not going to change the elevation, but very importantly, because otherwise on air is going to complain. We have to go for the beacon. Now I've set it up on my joystick so I can change all of these. And also the... But I didn't set the recognition light for some reason. Well, let's turn on the rotor beacon. We don't have to change anything about the fuel because we have all the fuel that we need. I'm going to turn on the boost pump. Make sure that we have selected a tank. Let's get this. I'm going to give it full RPM and just tad rotor just to warm it up.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
Now that we're started, let's get this GPS here programmed. We're going to go into flight plan. Push. Now, there might be a way to avoid this, but I just put in the starting airport that I'm in. It's probably not necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just a habit of mine. Just put all of this out of the way so I can see how the stream is going. So EK CH, yes. And then it was E F, oh, wrong way. S I, that was up there. No, that's not right. What was it? Ah, yeah. The right letters, but in the wrong combination. So E S. Up. Let's turn on the... We'll turn off the boost pump. And let's... Now the engine must have warmed up now. ES F I. Yeah, Kniesling. And finally, I think it was EDDB. As you can see down here, EDDB. Alright, so let's put that in. E. D. I should have actually been able to remember this because I did actually a while ago perform a flight. I think it was on, no, it was not on VATSIM, but but it was to Berlin with the A20 Neo Airbus. What the heck am I doing here? There. Schönfeld, Berlin. Enter. So we're just going to go in a straight. As you can see, it was 300 something. We have plenty of fuel. Alright, let's go down a little bit because I'm going to play around with this little fella here. I'm going to set it for... $2,000, or let's go for... Let's still go for 2,000 feet. Oh, it was closed. How the heck do I close it again? Huh. Perhaps I don't. Alright. Yeah, there it was. Just a little bit of lag. Alright, let's see if there's a guy that... What the heck is that? Let me just go for an outside view here. External. Huh. All right. Let's zoom a little bit in. Go to this one here. So calm. I want to put in the 80s frequency. So let's see. It was, as you can see here, 122850. I'm just tuck away the flight plan here. So let's see. 122850. Yes, let's.
Castrop Airport information Alpha 0900 Zulu. Wind 268 at 7.
Ah, that's okay.
Visibility 7. Sky condition, few clouds at 1,100 feet. Temperature 15.
All right.
Dew point 13. QNH 29.902.
So 22 right and
ILS
22
runway
left.
22 right and ILS runway 22 left in use. Landing and departing runway 22 right and runway 22 left. VFR aircraft.
I think we're going to take off from 22
All
right.
aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Alpha.
We have Alpha. All right.
Castrop Air.
Yeah. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Let's see. Ground services. Can we get a pushback? No, we can't. So, fantastic. Let me see if there's anything else I want to set up right now. Let me check if... Oh, there's ESFI. But for some reason... Knisling Airbase doesn't seem to have any charts. Oh well. That's good to know. Yeah. But it can be that it doesn't have a tower. It's not a field underground or something like that. So what kind of planes? Hello. I don't want to try to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Something TV. Let me just call you TV. What kind of planes? Are you talking about this plane? It's an add-on that you can buy. I think the price has been pretty reasonable. Right now it has been halved. I think it is. It was, the original price was 29.99 euros, and now I bought it for 15, roughly 16 euros. So it's still an okay price. But it's an add-on. It's called Coronado Mooney M20R Ovation, and that's why it says Ovation on my aircraft type. But it's basically it's called an M20R. So let me see if I can get some kind of. So there we are. Now I can see both my on-air company manager and the chat. It's perfect. All right, let's see if I can be allowed to. We're going to depart roughly east.
Ground November 247 Victor Delta request taxi for east departure with Mike.
November 247
Oh, I should have changed that, but nevertheless.
Runway 22 right via taxiway cross runway 12. Contact tower on
I thought it was 22 right that we wanted to take off on. Let me see if I can get some.
Taxiing hold short runway 22 right using taxiway cross runway 127 Victor Delta.
Get some ground services. No. That's interesting. Because we have that, let me see if I can. No, we can't put on the tow bar. Let's hope I can fly it around, because I don't have reverse on this airplane here. Yeah. That was not so good. I think there's room enough for me to turn around. I'm just see where I'm supposed to go to. There it is. I think it's because it chose the wrong. I should have chosen a small. Yeah, let's try it. All right. So let's just check the controllers now that we're there. So tail rudder functional. Yes. Yes. All right. Release parking brake and turn full in that direction. Let me see if I can get out without crashing the plane. It really depends on what, but it worked. What Microsoft Flight Simulator sees as structure, and what it does not see as structure. Let me put taxi lights on. Let me see if I'm missing any other lights. I probably am. Let's see. Strobe, nav, recognition, and taxi. All right. But other than that, this airplane here, the Ovation here, the M20R, it handles really well. It feels very natural to fly around with it. Oh, I just... yeah, I set it to few clouds. Let's see what live weather says. Should be pretty clear, just cold. Yeah. That's okay. Let me just see if the 8 is changed. Let's see, yeah.
Castrop Airport information, Mike 0900 Zulu. Wind 03.
27 knots, that high.
Visibility 6. Sky condition, few clouds at 600 feet, few clouds at 4,000 500 feet.
Clouds all over.
Temperature 1. 2.10. QNH 30.24. ILS runway 22 right.
Still
and
22
ILS
right and
runway
22 left,
in
alright.
use. Landing and departing runway 22 right and runway 22
Yeah,
left.
yeah, fine. Alright, let me just... Guess I can just do this. Defrost. Cabin heat. So there we go.
Ground CityJet 2746 requesting pushback. CityJet 2746 pushback request accepted.
So let's get this cargo delivered. Oh yeah, one thing also, Kastrup Airport here is also an add-on. I actually paid for that, but I think since I live just next to Kastrup Airport, and I probably will do most of my flights from Kastrup, I thought it was a pretty good investment. Oh, little.
Ground CityJet 2746 requesting the end of pushback.
Little too
CityJet
fast.
2746
Let's just go to
requesting
tower.
pushback received.
Right away. Oh, 11 knots. Ground speed. If you want to follow it, you can see my ground speed down here. So the interesting thing about this airplane here, and it's also how it was in real life, is that it's sort of a strange mix of old and new. So the Garmin system that you see here is relatively new. All the instruments that you see here and these, they are part of this package down here, which is a bit older. Oh, what is that? Up, down. Yep. So we are on our way to runway 22 right, I think it was. Should be home at this point. But it's the thing about when my son goes with a taxi, and the man who drives the taxi, because of all these corona restrictions, he has to take them individually back and forth. So that means it will take some extra time. So now we're here. Let's stop right here. Let's hit flaps. It's a long runway, so I'm going to take flaps 1. Let me just check. 2,000 feet. There's nothing else. We don't need anything for the pitot heaters on. We don't need anything for... There was. 2 seconds. I'm just going to turn off my microphone. Alright, I'm back. So if you hear him talking in the background, I will obviously be talking Danish with him. So if you don't understand Danish, then don't expect to understand much. Let me see if I can figure out how this thing here works. Because I think our direction is sort of roughly northeast. Let me see if I can make it work. So let's see. Northeast, that should be somewhere around here. thereabouts. Let me see if that works. I'm not sure how it's supposed to work, but maybe I can correct it when I get in the air. Alright, so let's request takeoff, and let's turn on the landing lights as well. Yep.
Castrop Tower, November 247 Victor Delta at runway 22 right, ready for takeoff east departure.
November 247 Victor Delta, cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, departure to the east approved.
Okay. That's nice.
Victor Delta, did you copy?
Yeah, it is, sorry.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, 7 Victor Delta.
I'm so eager getting to fly that I didn't even tell him that I'm... well... oh well, we're here. Let's just take off. Let's see if I can get a nice clean takeoff this time around. And the rudder feels much smoother in this airplane than on any of the standard airplanes, even though we have somewhat of a wind here. Alright, rotate. Take off.
Airborne time logged.
Yes, thank you. If I can... gear up.
Castrop Tower, City Jet 2746 at runway 22 right, ready
Oh, now I remember what I forgot to.
7 Victor Delta, continue for
See if
east
I can...
departure. I will contact you next when you leave my airspace. City Jet 2746, taxi into position and hold. Position and hold, City Jet 2746.
No, I don't want to turn that much. Well, I do, but not like this. You saw that. That's my son. He just signed on us on his computer. Let me see. Altitude, heading, hold. It's enabled it.
City Jet 2746, cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
And I don't know why the heck it does that.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, City Jet 2746.
There we go. Now it holds it. Let's see. Let's go for...
Flight
2000.
Niner, Quebec, please acknowledge.
There we go. And I want to rise with 900 feet per minute. That's more like it. Alright. Now I'm just on heading, so I want to go on nav instead.
Flight Niner, Quebec, please acknowledge.
Nav. Flight director, we don't want to go for... yeah.
City Jet 2746, contact Castrop departure on 124.908.
Oh yeah.
Castrop Tower, November 8159 Quebec, continue for east departure.
124.908, City Jet 2746.
Now for some reason it only recognizes my call sign when you know what, let's just go for 2,000. Oh, it was 2,000. All right. Because we have few clouds down here, and it's -4. I don't want to tempt fate and get completely clogged up with well, with ice. This is it. This is the Coronado M20R. It's a fast airplane, and it has a heck of a range. Oh, flaps. And now we can turn... Let me just show you what I turned off. I always forget that, so if you can please remember me. Turn on the taxi lights and the landing lights when... oh, you can do it individually. No, you cannot. But it looks like it. So we have strobe, nav, and recognition. So let me see if I can optimize these settings here a little bit. So rotation is a bit high. Other than that, it looks pretty okay. I'm just going to turn rotation down a tad. I think it's Control F2. Yeah. Around that. Let me see if I can use this gauge over here to improve fuel consumption. I haven't really figured out this one yet.
Did you copy?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Castrop Tower, November 8159er, Quebec frequency change. Copenhagen approach, November 8159er, Quebec is type 6 miles east of Castrop, 2,000 feet. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
November 8159er, Quebec Copenhagen approach. Squawk 1573.
All right.
157359er, Quebec.
59er, Quebec radar contact 7 miles east of Castrop.
I think this is the best I'm going to get.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Thank you.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace, 59er, Quebec.
Oh, where the heck is that? Ah. Let's turn it over to GPS. And enable and disable. Now it does something, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I just forgot to set it over to GPS instead of nav. So, from what I understand, this works in conjunction with this instrument down here, these instruments here. Let me see, what's that? It's a pitch reference. Alright. So we have a heading, so we can sort of put that to 46. We can also change the course. But I'm not exactly sure how this relates. Now I'm confident that as we get into this line here, this will get closer and line up here. But since you can sort of move it all around, it needs to be aligned with this course here in order to make sense. So I need to know that direction, which I don't. Not that it really matters. Well, it does. But then I at least know that I'm on course. I'm not sure whether this will do the same. Because if it does, then it's definitely easier to work with. As you can see now, it lines up. But I need to know what direction that is, the course is in. Does it say? No. It says the distance, we're almost there. Ah, so I can use this down here. That must be another flight director. But I still don't know which course, how to line the course up. So that's a problem. Because usually this would move around with the course in the more modern Garmin. Let's just turn down the rotation a tad less. Oh, now the EGGT is way high. Try to keep the not sure why, but I try to keep the exhaust gas temp in the blue area here. Essentially, all of this needs to be in the green areas. That's best. Are we aligned up? Yeah. Alright, so I could do it like this then. Obviously now I know that I'm on the right course. You can see this is aligned and this is aligned, but I need to know the heading that I have to go in for starters. You know what? I'm going to, because this is an because this is a little smaller airport, I'm going to take the airplane down to 1,000. Oh, I thought I said it too. Now let's keep it at 1200 because I don't know how. Thank you. I don't know how high above the sea level the airport that we're going to, how high up it is. I'm going to give myself at least 200 feet. And so now I just have to be on the lookout for this airport here. It should be lit up because it's a size 2, I think it was, size 2 or 3. But apparently either Navicharts doesn't know the airport, or it really doesn't have a tower. But what we can do is that we can show the nearest airport. We can find it here. There? No, there it's EK. ESFI. I need to go back, and I'm pretty sure I set it for... Oh well, we are 39 miles out yet, so... Let me see if this has a... No, that's still Castrop meter. Interesting. It doesn't report any instrument airspeed. Sorry. I just needed to check something. Yeah, this does report ground speed, so we're heading 051, 052, 1192, ESFI, KCH. I'm just going to test to see how my stream looks for you, and the meter is for still for Copenhagen. Oh, we are only halfway. Thought we were closer. Then it makes good sense. .33 nautical miles. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. What is our... .1003 solo in-game fits. 1018, so not that long. N0159Q, yeah, that's what I put in, so that's okay, and that's... I think it's interesting that it only discovers that... So now we can go, let me just, let's go, let's get an outside view. Supposedly Sweden. I think this is worth a screenshot. And just remove these. we go. Let's go inside again because it's a bit noisy. But I honestly think that this is pretty representative of how Sweden looks. It's just how... Yeah, it's how Sweden looks. Yeah. So I don't see... I think it's okay. I'm just... turn down the RPMs a little bit on the engine. And let's change the fuel tank. So one of the things that this airplane does here, it can't take from one tank to another. It will always automatically, like for instance the 172. And I think also actually the 152. Both of them can sort of take from one tank. Both tanks simultaneously. Let me just... I want to go... Let's go up to... up to 2.5. And... no. 2.5. Zoom in a little bit. No. And let's... 800. That's more like it. There we go. I thought that we were closer than we actually was, so I can just... I can afford that we go a little bit higher. I just don't want to get into the clouds. Obviously, because if we go into the clouds, we can't really see. Look at this. I'm telling you, honestly, this is how Sweden looks. So we have an airport out there. This is basically how Sweden looks. And we also have this little fuel gauge down here. So I've been told that the idea with this fuel gauge is that it will accurately show you how much fuel we have in the tanks when the airplane is situated on the ground, because the gauges that we have on in the cockpit, they are calibrated. These up here, these are calibrated for oh, what's it called? Can give it a little bit more. Oh, that was too much thrust. There we go. They're calibrated for level flight, so they are for 44.5. So we have 9.8 gallons per hour. Outside air temperature is -4, so it's cold. Vacuumed is 4. It's the pressure, and the ampere meter of the battery is it's pretty high actually. Hopefully it's I hopefully don't think that it's 1174 amperes. Hopefully it's in milliamperes or something like that. Or maybe it's not. It's a pretty big battery. The airplane need a lot of power. So maybe not so unreasonable. There we go. Yep. And we have it down here, the fuel flow. I'm not sure what that little meter down here does. So gallons to destination, gallons used. Minimum endurance 4 hours and 20 minutes. So 4 hours and 20 minutes we can fly around on this amount of fuel that we have here. So that's what it's for. That's pretty neat. Alright, so now we have 2500 and it should have gone to altitude hold. It's really nice that it does that. The autopilot pitch reference. And the thing, the only problem with this airplane here is that the manual is, to say it at least, really lacking. It really is. Let's see. Yeah. This is pretty much how Sweden looks. A beautiful country. It's a huge country compared to Denmark. But I still like Little Denmark. Let me see, did it have a fuel gauge? No. Yeah, it does also have a fuel gauge on this wing here. It must be per wing. We can check it when we land, when we are not level anymore. So 16 nautical miles left, I think. So one way to, and this is mainly for airliners, but I suppose you could use it in a plane like this still, sort of roughly. You can calculate how much time, how much distance you should begin your descent. So the usual way to do it is to take your altitude in feet. Then, well, not feet, but let me give you an example. For example, we are at 2,500 feet now. So that would be 2.5 times 3. So that's 7.5, roughly, should be. So, and then we can add a little bit. Let's add a couple of nautical miles. Let's say 5, perhaps. Let's say 3. Then it becomes 10.5. So 10.5 nautical miles out, I'll begin my descent. That's a rough way to figure out when you should begin your descent. I suppose it works a little bit better in an airliner, but that's just the way you could do it. So when we are about, let's just say, yeah, let's say 10.5, we're going to, we don't need to descend that much. So we're going to descend down to 1500. I think 1500 is a reasonable, safe place to be. Yeah. Because I don't have a chart for what was it called? I can't even remember its name. But I don't have a chart for it, so I don't know what the elevation is. So I'll just play it safe and go for, let me see. Oh, maybe let me see. Oh, so it's 89 feet, so it's not much. It's a size 2. We're 5 minutes out, roughly. Let's descend down to 1500. There we go. And be on the lookout for an airport. A little airport. Let me see if I can even see it on the map. I wonder if it's even here in the... Hopefully I'm not going to land in the middle of a forest. Oh, it should be here. Yeah, I think I can see something ahead, I'm not sure. Definitely not sure. Oh. But there's still some time. Going to circle around on top of it and see if we can land. I'd like to know a meter or anything like that. I'm not sure what the wind direction is. Let's see what the closest meter I have is. So it says 0.20. That roughly north. Yeah. So I'm going to land from 14. There you can, let me just show you. This is what I'm looking at. So this is the airport. You can see in here we have airstrip 14 or runway 14. Down here we have runway 32. Since the wind here is says 0.2, that's roughly north, coming from north. You can also see it here. It comes down like this. Now it come this way. I want to go into the wind. That means I want to go land like this. So we're going to do a, let me see, right hand pattern, and then enter and land. At least I'll try that. I can't guarantee it will succeed. First I need to find the airport first. So we should fly right above it now, roughly. Let me zoom in a little bit here. So we have a river. I can see that there. Oh, there it is. I can see it now. All right, foot on the pedals. So I can't guarantee that I will take the next flight with you, because I have to go and pick up my daughter soon, in about an hour, and I'm not sure the flight will take less than an hour. So it's down there. It's not. It doesn't look like it's lit. So I'm glad that I didn't have to find this at nighttime. Let's see. I'm going to go. Oh, no. Not yet. Not yet, my little friend. Let's see. Let's take a 2-minute turn. And since we're going to 14, I'm going to line up the wing if I can. Roughly it. Let's level out. Let's get down to 1,000 feet. Let's turn on landing and taxi lights. taper off the throttle a little bit. Let's set first stage of flaps. Taper off the throttle a little bit more. Don't want to go in over that. But I'm going to do it anyway. That little village there. Because I don't think they deserve the noise. I want to descend. Let's just take the turn. Standard 2 minutes turn. Set flap stage 2. There's no ILS or anything like that here, so it's going to be visual approach all the way. Let's just hope I can see the airport from this angle here. Because I must admit it is a little bit hazy. Forward a little bit more turn. Taper off the throttle a little bit more. Now it should come into view. I'm pretty sure it's behind the tree somewhere down.
20 at 10 knots.
That final stage flaps. Where the heck are you, little airport? Oh, there you are. A little bit off. Let's put the landing gear down. But I'm pretty confident that we can make it. We don't need that much runway. Final stage flaps is set. And this should be about the time that I crash. I've done this a couple of times in this airplane here and then I crash it. Have some wind here. Not ideal for a landing. Correct it a little bit with the rudder.
Landing time logged.
And whoa, 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 whoa. No, I don't want to go in there. Whoa. Came in a little bit fast. Get it. Break. Oh well. Any landing that you survive is a good landing. Yeah. Definitely not perfect. But we also had a pretty rough side wind there. Let me see if I can find a place to park my little boat here. I did see a road up here, so hopefully I can park it up there. So what I might do is I might start the next flight and then I will end the stream about 10 minutes to 3 my time. So that would be 10:50 in game. And then I will obviously pause the game and then continue on my own. So I will probably get a reduction for exceeding the G-forces. Oh well. Oh, isn't there a little road up there? Just reduce all the flaps. Yes, there's a little road there. Oh. More like a parking spot, but nevertheless, let's use it. Parking brake set. Let's turn landing light and taxi lights off. Put that all the way up. %. Let's see if I can.
Engine off, time logged. Flight is finished. It has been monitored by on air.
Okay, so let's see how it went. Let's see how much reduction we got for that exceeding G-forces during landing. Wow. Let's see. Oh, -5. Oh, lights were on at engine shutdown. Except beacon or strobe. Well, we did get a level 2, so it's a valid flight. So I need to remember that when we are realistic. We need to turn all lights off except beacon or strobe. And beacon needs to be on. Alright, so let's see. Okay. But we're still flying, so apron work been done on that. So yeah, let me just shut down the airplane completely. Let's turn off the pitot heater, de-ice and all that. There we go. So we don't spend. Let's open the door so our passenger can get out. And just show you this beautiful airplane. Look at this. I really think this is a beautiful, beautiful airplane. Up. Up. Wrong button. Oh, so the pilot has changed his place now. No, maybe that's because we... I don't know. But look at this. Really, really beautiful planes. Let's look at the... We have 40. Should be enough to take us all the way. So car cargo unloaded and all that. So we need to go to EDDB 197. Let's see what it says. It's a size 5, so that definitely has what we need. Alright, let's go to, let me just show you what I'm doing. So, no, wait a second. Let's go to skill tree, because now we have 2 skill points to distribute. And I want FBO agreements. I want bank loans, because there's no reason for me to hire. Well, wait a minute. I want FBO agreements. I could petition for a better FBO. But obviously I can hire someone and then rent a plane from him as well. So he will work for me. We're going to, I think, bank loans. I don't want to do that yet. But FBO agreements, that's a good one to have. So let's say save. What you can do, and that's one of the cool things about this, is that if you have 2 FBOs, you can sort of shift between their what's it called? You can set up 2 FBOs, so you can make jobs at one airport for the other FBO, and at the other FBO you can make jobs for that airport, so you can sort of go back and forth. That's what I did on the easy one. I'm going to show that at one point. But let's get started for the next 20 minutes. Then I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to finish the flight for myself. Off stream, that is. But basically we're going to fly all the way, well, it says from Kastrup, right? But we're going to go from Knisling instead. Just a little bit of airport here. Airstrip. Let me just check something. Let me see. Yeah, I did turn that off. Well, let's start tracking. And let's get on our way. So let me just go in here, cockpit. Let's close that off. Remove that. All right, so let's turn this off, on. Turn the beacon on. That should be the beacon. Let me just put the strobe on as well. You can even hear the gyro is spinning up. That's pretty cool. And let's turn on boost. Give a little bit throttle.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
It should still be hot, so there's no need to go into excessive means now. Now I need to figure out what direction. So it's roughly south. Not sure why this. Let me just. Not exactly sure exactly what direction we're going to fly in. If I can see it here. No. Yeah, 170. Alright, so let's try it out. Alright. turn on the rest. There we go. Let's set this to, I think we're going to go for, try to go for 3000 this time. Alright, so I think we're ready. Let's see how this goes. It's going to set flaps. Release parking brake. So wind should be the same. So we're going to go all the way down. Need to figure out what the rotate speed for the exact rotate speed for this airplane is. So you can see here we have somewhat of a crosswind. That little tube sock you can see up there tells me that we have a crosswind. Not ideal takeoff conditions, but it's manageable. Let's see what I have engaged on the autopilot. Nav. Turn off altitude hold. No, let me just turn it on. Oh. I could have stopped there. Looks like a little fueling area. Can't really see if this is sort of a roundabout where I can turn my plane around or whatever it is. Alright. I think everything is ready and set for takeoff. Let's see if I can do it a little bit prettier than the landing. Whoa, what the heck? That was not the prettiest of takeoffs. Let's try that again. Attempt to take off. I want to set flap stage 2. Because I don't like this runway here. I want to get in the air as quickly as possible. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh, it's wearing. Get it back on track. Alright, let's see if I can get it off. I could.
Airborne time logged.
Gear up. Let's take flap stage 1 at this time. Alright. So now we need to this should be the right way. Doesn't exactly seem like it. Let's just go to flap stage 0. More like this. Autopilot on. Arm this one. Thousand. There we go. Let's contact Malmö Center.
Malmo Center, November 8159er, Quebec is type 4 miles south of Echo Sierra Foxtrot, India, 1,700 feet. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
November 8159er, Quebec Malmo Center. Squawk 1754.
Squawk 175459er, Quebec.
Alright, we'll do that.
59er, Quebec radar contact 6 miles south of Echo Sierra Foxtrot, India, 2,200 feet. Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Maintained on navigation.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace, 59er, Quebec.
Alright, let's turn off. Landing and yeah. And I'm not sure about the clouds right now, so I'm going to give all the heat. Did I turn on the pitot heater? Turn off the fuel pump, forgot that. Don't need that. Let's see if we can find a good spot for the about there. That seems the best I can get right now. What I'm trying to do here, if you want to follow along, with this meter here, it's right one you see right here. I'm trying to adjust the mixture control to get the highest amount of bars here. I suppose that's what it's for. I'm not sure, but that's what I think. So what the mixture rate does is that as you transcend up in the air, the air will get thinner, meaning that there will be less oxygen available. And since there's less oxygen available, you need to adjust how much fuel you put into the engine. What is that? sure what that is. And now we get icing. Alright, so I want to go... I really want to go... Let's just go to... Let's go higher. Let's go up to 10,000. Ascend with 1500. Let's go with 2000. I want to see if I can get above the cloud layer. Perhaps not, but I want to try it. Because we have some ways to go yet. If not, I'm going to change the weather setting a little bit. Oh, we have hole in the cloud cover there. But I have all the heat on that I can from the... Let's just give it full power here. Full throttle. Well, we are keeping the airspeed, so that's a good thing. But we're only ascending with 1000. Less actually, let me see. Set it to 1000. And we are almost free of the cloud cover. But it's also very cold up here. Look at that. Completely frozen over. Let's just set it at $6,500 instead. Because I think we're above some of the worst clouds. And I have set both defrosting and cabin control air. Don't need to set the parking brake. Let's see if we can adjust the mixture rate. Around there. Let's hope that defrosting can help a little bit. I'm going to adjust this so I have it. There we go. So let me set some of the navigational aids that we need. So let's find... I have to end the stream very soon, I'm afraid. Let's see, EDDB. There we have it. So let's see, approach. Well, maybe I can get a METAR here. Right now it says 060 at 8 knots, so that would probably be something like runway 7L. We have an ILS approach. The ATIS is 123 780. Let's put that in now that we're there. One, two, three, 7. Oh, let's do it down here. If we can hear something. Probably not. But I will put in the localizer. Could also be available here. 110.7. That's this one here. First I'm going to put it in both places. So 110.7. Change that out. And also down here. 110.70. And now we should have a frequency here so we can see nautical miles and all that. Yeah, we can change it here. This is the transponder. Alright, so now I can get it. About there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have enjoyed this stream. I forgot to change this here. Let me just do that. Not that it really matters now. But let's see. There you have it. And we went from ESFI, Knisling Air Base, 16%. So it is a shorter route than from Copenhagen. Nevertheless, I'm afraid I have to end the stream now because I have to go down and pick up my daughter from daycare. I hope that you have enjoyed the stream. I hope that you'll come back and see me play some more Microsoft Flight Simulator with On Air. I will also do some Microsoft Flight Simulator with the FS Economy so that you can also get to see the difference between the two. And other than that, I hope that you stay safe out there and enjoy yourself. I'm sorry that I have to cut the stream short, that you don't get to see well, me finish this, but well, duty calls, as you know. So that's just the way it is. I hope I'll see you around some place sometimes else. So yes, bye bye, and I'll see you next time. Oh yes, I might say that next time will maybe be tomorrow. It might be a little bit earlier. I'll try to go. I think it will be. I'll try to see if I can go stream around 10, 11, thereabouts, UTC. So you can change that to your own time frame. So that will be around 11:12 my time. Yes. Yes, I have to. I have to go pick her up. I hope to see you around, and I will, of course, show you the result of this flight here. I think I might even record the rest, and then put it out on YouTube, so that you can see how it goes. I might also, well, no. Let's put it like this. I will go down and pick up my daughter, and then I'll get back here, and I will continue the stream. But I will cut it out. I think I will set the game on pause, and then set the stream on pause. So you're going to hear some lovely music, I think. But I think that's the best way. Hopefully you can hold out as long. But I think it's better than just cut the stream and say goodbye. So and then start it up again. So yes, I will see you in just a bit. All right, I'm back. Let's get this show on the road again. So we're going to go back to home screen. There we are. And there my daughter was. She wanted the iPad. Just a second. Alright, so now that's out of the way, let's get back into the simulator and see if we can get that airplane defrosted. Otherwise I might change the the rate, the weather in there, so yeah. Here we are, back in the airplane. Now that we're here, let me show you a little bit about how if its economy might look for you. So here we have it. So when you start, when you log into FS Economy the first time, it will look something like this. Obviously, if you haven't played on FS Economy before, it will not look like this. You will have 0 cash balance, and you'll have no bank balance. I haven't flown enough to take bank loans, so if you can see, if I go into banking, let me see if I can. Let me see if I set cash to 100,000. Ah, yeah, so I can move stuff into the bank. So I can move. So what you can do is that you can move money from your balance here into the bank. So let me. Well, I actually want to do that right now. So let me see. Let's move 10,000. Ah. Set cash to 5,000. No, let's just say it to 1,000. There. Now I have 12,286 in here. And the reason why that really doesn't look nice. The reason why that is a good idea is that when you have cash in the bank, it will generate interest. So I'm just keeping an eye out for those clouds there. So as long as we have I have 1,000 in cash, so I have 12,000 in the bank right now. That means that as time goes, I will earn money just by having them here, and that is, in my opinion, pretty cool that you will do that. Let me just see how it goes here. So yeah, but nevertheless. So you have no aircraft. So one of the things you could do is that you could, let me see, basically do the same. You go into EKCH. No. me see. Go to EKCH. That's Kastrup. Let's see what airplanes they have. The Vitis. Beechcraft King Air 350. Oh, we're going to a cloud here. Let me just let's take a look outside and see how much cloud cover we have. Oh. Let's send There's a lot of clouds up here. I think we will cheat a little bit. Just a little bit. And say weather. Go to scattered clouds. That's better. And wind. The problem is that we'll have the same wind all over, right? That's a little bit annoying. Not very fun. But I suppose that's the way it is. We have some at, let's see where they are. Scatter 90, altitude top, 8,000 feet, 1,600. Let's put them at. Oh yeah, you can't do that. 2.5. No, let's put them at 3.5. Oh, not 3,500. There we go. A little bit higher, so we have wind. Let's give it a little bit more. Let's say 8 knots. Let's just do it like that. All right, so I want to see. Let's get a map view of the airport here. Interesting, so all the runways are in the same direction. That's pretty... well, obviously not totally in the same direction. But let's see, 7R... we're coming from the south, so that means that's down here. So... let's put the wind so that we have to land in here. This way in here. I know it's a bit cheating, but let's see. Let's put it in. Seven 2. That's okay. And let's put the gust in obviously the same direction. Alright, scatter clouds. Yeah, I know you could argue that this is in some ways cheating, but since I have to change the weather in any case, why not just change it to the better? But still need to get this airplane defrosted. It should happen slowly, because see how it goes with the EGT. 3 hours, that's should be okay. Should be enough. And let's just see, where do we have the top of those was 8,000, right? Yeah, so let's go to our 10,000. And go up with 1,500 feet per minute. Let's give it full blast. Alright, so while we're climbing here slowly up to the $10,000 feet out of the cloud cover, I am going to show you. So we looked at Copenhagen. So here you can see we can, for example, rent the Beechcraft King Air 350. It's home to, I think it's Vandal, VJ. No, Stauning. All right, but it is a Danish one. It's at Kastrup right now. We can rent it wet, meaning that we will rent it wet for 1,099 per hour, meaning that we will get it with fuel, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately at Copenhagen right now, this is the only, if I'm not mistaken, the only aircraft that I can, I think also did Diamond, but we can't rent that. Not rentable. That's the only one we can use in Microsoft Flight Sim. But then the principle is the same. We would rent the Beechcraft King Air, and then we would go in here and see if we can find some good jobs. For example, these here would go in the same direction, take us in the same direction, and they will give us 5,000 and 6,000. And you can see here the 3 and 2 days, so when they expire. And then we will do the same. Now there's a little bit of a difference, obviously. Let me see if I can open it. I can find it here. Not sure I have it installed like this. It should be.
Malmo Center EGN 752 is at flight level 185, descending 10,000 feet.
Oh, that's not us.
Aegean 75 to Malmo Center. Continue as planned.
It was called, let me see if I can search for it. It was, yeah, there it is. So as you can see here now we have
Contact Berlin Center on 125.8.
FS Economy open. We don't have any flights, we don't have any, hopefully it didn't interfere with my, no, didn't interfere with my on-air. But this is the, then when you have selected some jobs,
Flight Niner Quebec.
5.859 Quebec. Berlin Center, November 8159 Quebec, 10,000 feet.
November 8159 Quebec, Berlin Center, continue as planned. QNH 29.902.
Thank you. Alright, we're at our intended altitude, so let's ease down on the throttle just a little bit. There we go, we have ways to go yet. Let's see. Change the to the left tank and use that a little bit. Alright, so let me just show you. Here's the FS Economy page. So, and here's the connector. So when you have rented an airplane, unless you have an airplane you can use, then you could just use that instead. But when you start out, you need to rent an airplane. And the interesting thing here is that if you rent an airplane and you don't get paid, for whatever reason that might be, you're in trouble because you will pay the rental price for the airplane. So for instance, here you can see if we take these two here, I'm not sure if the Beechcraft could take both. Well, we rent it for an hour and we pay $150 if we go further away from that. That's a bonus. So if we land at Stauning, we'll get 150, I think, but it will also subtract 150 for, I think it's for every 10 miles or something like that from that airport there, from our payment. So we'll pay $1,399 and we'll get paid 5,000 or 6,000. Maybe we could take both, I'm not sure. That doesn't matter. You take them, you put, I'm going to show how you do this in another video, but I'm just going to show you how it looks. So you would, let's just take these two. We could also take this one, it pays pretty okay. 5 class 2B patient transport. We could have that. And we can also take 4 class, I think it's 13, so that would be 9. That could work. Also take 7 passengers to EGOD. Do that, take that, put it in. This pays more, so you would select this. You would add selected to your flight. Then you would rent the airplane. And when you have selected, you'll go into, when you have your jobs and you have your airplane, you'll go into my flight. There's no airplane here. And you would select it all. And then you would go in here. As you can see, it's both connected to this FS Economy server and connected to the sim. You go into action, say start flight. I'm not going to do that because it's going to screw with my current flight in On Air. But basically that's how it works. But like I said, I am going to show how FS Economy works in another video. Alright, let's get back into the airplane and see if we can get this bird here defrosted. Hopefully we can. But there's some ways to fly now. Let me just see. Any new questions? No. Alright, let me see. Let me just see if my stream has the right title. Yeah, it does. Microsoft FS 2020 with On Air. And it tells me that it's powered by Restream. Oh yeah. Put that in. That's okay. So I hope that you can you see how it looks for you. Looks okay. I hope you think it looks okay. Yeah.
Berlin Center, Scandinavian 778 Heavy is out of flight level 305 for 2,000 feet. Scandinavian 778 Heavy, Berlin Center, continue as planned.
Was that us? No. And I also managed to grab myself a fresh pot of coffee, so that's good. Coffee is what I need. I think also that, honestly, when we are up here like this, we would need to to have oxygen on, but I haven't really found it in here yet, so I'm not sure. Let me see if I can get this working a little bit better. If we can.
Scandinavian 778 Heavy, contact Malmo Center on 118.0.
Seems to be. Alright, let me tell you what the strategy is that I do in order to
Going to 118.0 Scandinavian 778 Heavy.
to have this when I look at this display. So what I do is that I pull down on the mixture rate until I begin to lose bars, if you will. I suppose what this tells me is how efficient the engine is running. But I don't have... Yeah, I can turn that off, but I'm... and then get it back. So I turn down, I pull out, if you will, on the mixture rate until I get to that very point where I begin to lose bars again, and then I increase the mixture rate until I find the sweet spot. And like I said, you can definitely get you can definitely get away with flying these airplanes here without ever touching the mixture rate. Definitely, that's not a problem. You can do that just the way you want. But pulling or fiddling with the mixture rate will ensure there we go. Ground speed of 164. That's pretty okay. Fiddling with the mixture rate will ensure that you are using your fuel as efficiently as possible, meaning you can go further on the same tank. So, yeah. I hope that we have enough fuel to get there. Oh, we can still fly for 3 hours and 14 minutes. That should be enough. But yeah, that's the way it is. So by changing the by fiddling with the mixture rate, you can sort of get the optimal usage of your fuel. If you are burning the engine too rich, well, I think in reality you could actually drown the engine It's like if you put on the choker on a car too much, then you'll put too much fuel into the chamber, and then the car won't actually be able to start up. So yeah, that's one thing, right? But in reality, I think you should actually be able to drown the engine. But in any case, if you put too much fuel into the car, sorry, not the car. If you put too much fuel into the airplane while flying, into the engine of the airplane, you will still be able to fly, obviously, but you'll not fly as efficient as you could have. We have Yuri Sasson says hello. Hello, Yuri. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Nice to have you here. We are on our way. Well, you can see that on the top bar. It's the first time I actually stream with a top bar like that. Well, it's also the first time I streamed Microsoft Flight Simulator, so that might be connected. But you can see for yourself that we're going to Berlin. You're from Israel, okay. Well, if you haven't discovered yet, I'm from Denmark, so very different part of the world. Not really that far, but still very different. That's and I'm going to apologize about the noise. I will not talk that much, but I will. Let's get some. Oh, we can see down there. I didn't even notice. ETE 45 minutes, but decreasing very rapidly. Let's get some outside shots. See if we can get a good image. So you're watching from YouTube, I can see. That's okay. I'm glad you dropped by, and if you want to, I will also be... I'm planning on being online tomorrow, so if you want to catch me there, then pretty is fine. And also, if you want to, obviously, Microsoft Flight Simulator is an online game, so if you have it and you want to fly along, perfectly fine with me. It's good fun. As you can see here, I already have some other people flying around here. They probably don't know about me, but they're still here. But yeah, nice of you to drop by, and hope to see you again. Remember that it always helps me if you subscribe or like or whatever you do. Well, it's called different things on Twitch and YouTube, but that's always going to help me and help my channel. YouTube likes when you like my videos, then it puts them in the queue for viewers. Alright, so what was I going to do? Yeah, let's get some outside view, and I won't talk that much when we're out here because you probably can't hear what I say anyway. Let's go to look at that picture. not sure if you can see it. Yeah, back here we have, and some top 2000 is in an Airbus A20, the Neo, the only Airbus in this game, and an SR 2020. I'm not sure what that is. These are all ICAO codes. They're not really the names of the airplane. So this is a good thing that you can. I'm not going to open that door, but as you can see here, the airplane is slowly defrosting up here, even though we're at -4. So fortunately, the defroster works. I'm very pleased with that. So what you see down here is water. Let me get a map and see where we actually are at right now. Well, I could use this. I think we are about to fly into Germany. Let me just... 2 seconds. Hvad siger du? Hvad for noget? Nej, gå ud og kig. People are firing fireworks outside in our yard.
Quebec, you're leaving my airspace. Radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Squawk 1200.
Okay.
Frequency change approved 59er Quebec. Bremen approach November 8159er Quebec is type 1 miles south of Echo Delta Charlie Papa. Request flight following.
November 8159er Quebec Bremen approach. Squawk 4475.
I heard someone make a tutorial video.
59er Quebec radar contact 2 miles south of Echo Delta Charlie Papa 9,700 feet. QNH 29.902.
All right.
Copy 59er Quebec.
59er Quebec contact Berlin Center on 125.8.
125.8 for 59er Quebec.
This is fun.
Berlin Center, November 8159er Quebec, 9,900 feet.
November 8159er Quebec, Berlin Center, continuous plant. QNH 29.902.
I just said that, I just pressed B.
Berlin Center, November 8159er Quebec. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
November 8159er Quebec, Berlin Center. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Cleared through Charlie airspace 59er Quebec.
59er Quebec, contact Bremen approach on 124.175.
I just got there.
Going to 124.17559er Quebec.
Let's see if Bremen approach is going to hand me off to
Quebec, 10,000 feet.
Berlin Center again.
November 8159er Quebec Bremen approach continuous planned. QNH 29.902.
All right. So I set the airport that I wanted and the runway that it was 70. So that means well, actually it's 065. So let's just set that right here. See 065. There we are. So when we get close enough, we can use this. This is set for nav. But I think it's nav 2. But I also set nav 2 for this one. So when we get close enough to the airport, we'll be able to use this as a glide slope. We'll probably land well, we are flying VFR, so I'll probably also land VFR, but it's good to be safe, to be secure, to cultivate multiple options. All right, so let's. I wanted to take a look at this. Now I forgot what I wanted to see. 36 minutes. 161 ground speed. I think that's a pretty good velocity. That's a good thing about this airplane here. It's really fast. We have still 96 nautical miles left. I think it's because we have a crosswind right now. So we have wind coming from this direction here, I'm pretty sure of it. Let's take a look down at the compass. So I set it for... Siri wants to play along. I think I set it for... let's just see. 7-4. Yeah. We have wind coming from this direction here. And this is also the same direction as the airport. You can see it here actually. How much we are pushed aside. I suppose up here there's a pretty rough wind speed. What are we running? The left tank? Oh, of course I can't see that. Yeah, left tank. So when that goes down to just about let's just say 10. Going to change when it goes down to 10. Let's take a look outside. Let's see if we can see more of Germany. Oh yes, that was what I wanted to see. I remember. Because we have a nice little map here. Let me see if I can get it to show topography. Oh, what can I... Ah, I can set it to different things. Oh. So we have course to steer. Let's try that.
Quebec,
176.
leaving light airspace. Resume on navigation. Contact Berlin Center on 125.8.
Okay.
125.859 Quebec.
And I will bet you that Berlin Center will hand us off to Bremen Radar. Or Bremen Center.
Berlin Center, November 8159 Quebec, 10,000 feet.
November 8159 Quebec Berlin Center, continue as planned. QNH 29.902. 59 Quebec contact Bremen approach on 124.175.
All right.
Going to 124.17559
Coffee time.
Quebec.
It's always fun to be sort of shuffle around between these different radio stations.
November 8159er, Quebec Bremen approach, continue as planned. QNH 29.902. 59er Quebec contact Berlin Center on 125.8.
Oh, this is so...
Going to 125.859 Quebec. Berlin Center, November 8159 Quebec, 10,000 feet.
November 8159 Quebec Berlin Center, continue as planned. QNH 29.902. 59er Quebec contact pilot approach on 124.175.
Going to 124.17559.
This is fun.
Quebec.
I suppose we could use the time like this.
Bremen approach November 8159er Quebec.
Let me
10,000
cancel that
feet.
flight following because this is just
November
silly.
8159er, Quebec Bremen approach, continue as planned. QNH 29.902.
I already know that because you...
Bremen approach 59er Quebec, cancel flight following.
59er Quebec Bremen approach, cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Thank you. Ah, nice. Alright, let's try to zoom out. No, that's zoom in. Let's see if I can... Oh. And this map is a little lacking, but let me just get the one from here. There you can see we have Jylland here, Fyn here, Langeland here. Then we have Lolland and Falster here. And then we have Sjælland here. Copenhagen with Kastrup Airport is here. And we went from here, well actually we went from there to here to here. And we're going to go to what was it called again? Schönefeld. I'm pretty sure it's Schönefeld. Fuel pump off? No. I think it means the burst pump or the yeah, triple pump, whatever it's called. So we can see we have the metas here. And that's also the problem here. Well, it changes a little bit, right? Well, actually it changes quite a bit down here. That's interesting. Oh, that's the metas, right? Yeah. So this means that we have wind coming in this direction here, I'm pretty sure. And have pretty strong winds here. Let me see. 15 knots. Yeah, that's pretty tough. But here we have 9 knots. 15 knots. Let's see if I can make a better landing this time. But yeah, so and generally when I'm going to show you something, because we might take that as a trip in Flight Simulator at some point. But the summer before, not last summer, but summer before, we took a trip from Copenhagen. Well, actually we did down from my parents down here, and then we drove in a car all the way down to this part here. Then we took the ferry over here, and then we drove all the way down to Germany. We didn't go into Czechia, so Czech. So we go like this into Munich, into Austria, all the way down. It's actually this direction here. All the way down to Italy, all the way down to a little city around here, just north of Rome. So we might take at some point when we get an airplane that could travel a little further than this, even this airplane we have here, with cargo that is. We're going to take a trip down to Rome, perhaps. But right now we're going to settle with Berlin. As you can see, we have these circles here. I'm just... This means that when our destination is within this circle here, it will take us 20 minutes to get there, then 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and, well, you can figure the rest out for yourself. And it seems to be fair. We have an estimated time to not arrival. I'm not sure what ETE is. Enter? Let me see if we can change that. Estimated. I think it's supposed to say enter. The estimated time to arrival. 13? Ah, yes. So ETA is when we are going to be there, what time. ETE is the time it takes us to fly there, of course. So I want to take... estimated time en route, that's what it stands for. I've always understood estimated time to arrival to be, well, yeah, that's true. So that's 24 minutes. So in 24 minutes I am, sorry to say, definitely going to end the stream. I think I've also been streaming for, let's take a look, a good 3 hours. Oh my. I hope that YouTube saves this video for longer than Twitch. That's one of the good things about streaming to Twitch as well, sorry, to YouTube as well, is that Twitch removes my video in a week or something like that when I'm not partnered. But YouTube, they will probably keep them, I don't know for how long. Yeah, now we can take a look at Germany. Look at that. One of the things I really, really love about Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, is
Airport information, Quebec 1200 Zulu. Wind 069er at 14. Visibility 6. Sky condition.
Let's see.
1,600 feet scattered. 4,600 feet scattered. Temperature 15. Dew point 13. QNH 29.92. ILS runway 7 left.
Yeah,
ILS
7
runway
left and 7 right.
in use.
Thank you.
Landing and departing runway 7 left and runway 7 right. VFR aircraft.
Let's see what we have. All aircraft. Let's see. I don't need to know this. On initial contact, you have Quebec. It's a Q, Quebec. Let's see, nearest airport. EDDB. Where is it? EDDT. That's not what I want. There, Schoenfeld. So we have Schoenfeld 80s and we have Schoenfeld Tower. Yeah, why not? Let's go to the tower. Really? I can contact the tower now? Oh well.
Berlin Tower, November 8159er, Quebec is 60 miles north with Quebec to land.
November 8159er, Quebec Berlin Tower. Fly left downwind runway 7 left. QNH 29er, 2 wind 069er at 14.
Enter left downwind runway 7 left 59er, Quebec.
So one of the things that has confused me a little bit is when I get to enter a left downwind runway. Let me just show you. So we are going to approach roughly from here. And so when you enter a left downwind, does that mean left? What is left from the airport? Or what is left? Does it mean that the runway is to my left? No, it must mean that it is left to the runway. So that means that when I look in this direction here, this is to my left. Yeah. So if you stand on the runway and look in this direction here, this is to your left. That must what it means to enter a left pattern. I know what else it's. So you enter around here, then you go down like this. This is downwind because wind is coming in this direction here. At some point down here you enter the base leg like this, and then final approach and land. So yes, let's see, I set the approach 7L. Normally it would say it would distinguish between you land or you land on one runway and you take off on the other. So in Copenhagen, it's usually right runway to take off and left to land. So I'm expecting that that Schoenfeld, Berlin Brandenburg will do the same as well. So the localizer is 1110.7. I'm pretty sure I put that in. Let's take a look. On 110.7. 110.7. 110.7. Yeah. Interesting, it doesn't give an altitude here. Range. Flight level. So again, we are at 10,000 feet. Flight level 100. So 10,000 feet, so that means 10 times 3. That's 30. About 40 miles out, I'll begin our descent. Let's just put it in now. Going to descend to 2,000. Yeah, let's just do it now. I'm going to descend. Thousand feet per minute. Let's taper off the throttle a little bit so that we don't go too fast. So a nice and quiet descent. So I have to put a button on to engage the speed brakes there. Because this airplane actually comes with some pretty neat speed brakes. Let me see if I can look up the hotkey for it. Well, they're actually called spoilers, so maybe I should search for that instead. Ah, so it's end, insert. Alright. Let's try it. If I put... and insert. Ah. Perfect. Now I know that. Let's see... Not drone camera, external fixed instrument. Not even autopilot. Num divide. Ah, it's still there. Let's take a look outside and see if we can... Yeah. Perfect, now I know that. So they should be able to help a little bit getting the airplane to stop. Captain something Windigo? Ludwigo. Close enough. Where are we at? 5,000. Slowly creeping down to 2,000 or whatever I set it to. I think it was 2,000. Can't even remember. All right. Let's look a little bit outside. Now we can see a little bit more of Germany. One of the things that I really love about Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim, is this. The ground that they have actually used satellite data. I know it's Bing, and honestly Bing sucks. Sorry MS, sorry Microsoft, but that's just true. But I mean, and the clouds look so fantastic. I really think they do. But look at this game. I know I've said a lot that I think Star Citizen is an awesome game, and I really do think it is. But this here, so cool. So beautiful. It's also beautiful. I love beautiful games, apparently. So now we should have a... can see something is happening down here. So we have... yep. Let's see what it says. Nine minutes. 161 knots. Sound reasonable? This is sort of more how you would watch an airplane like this. But look at this. My. So beautiful. I love this this little plane here. It's sort of this little tube or cylinder almost. Pretty cool. We have windmills. And now we should slowly begin to see parts of Berlin. Yeah. So, one problem I do have with my rudder pedals, if I can find them, there they are, is that whenever I have my feet on the pedals, I like them. It's the pedals that comes with the Thrustmaster combo. Let me just move the microphone a little bit. And I love those pedals. I think they're really, really nice. But it's not the pedals that's the problem, it's my chair. So whenever I think we can see the airport out here. It should be the airport. One of the landing runways. So we are at 2,000. Yeah, let's go down to 1,000 now. Oh, we're going a little bit slow. Let's do something about that. Let's go to... No, let's just go to 1,000. By arm again. Thank you. Oh, there we go. I love that the glare from the sun actually gives you glare from the sun. Now you can see Berlin down on the map. You can see the glide slope. Normally when doing a visual approach like this you would not use the glide slope, but I like to have it handy anyway. So that we're 5 minutes away roughly. Yeah. Yeah, I really love the pedals that I have. I think they're very, very nice. But the problem is not the pedals, it's my chair. So when I have my feet sort of resting on the pedals, I will... I end up having... I end up pushing myself away from the chair. Sorry, from my flight stick and my throttle that I have on my table, and that's a bit annoying. So now we are at... Let me just recalibrate. Yeah, it's 1,000. Look at this. Now we are close to the ground. This is Berlin. And I'm pretty sure that Berlin is also one of the airports that you... Sorry, not one of the airports. That was really not what I meant to say. One of the cities that is sort of handmade. So the buildings that we see here in Berlin are actually what you would expect to see in Berlin, so it's also a bit taxing on my system. So what does it say? Uh, 4 minutes? Alright. We should be able to sort of slowly see it. But look at this. I know Copenhagen is a big city, but Berlin, that is a really big city. Three minutes. I'm looking at that down here to see how far away I am. 3 minutes. And then we're going to go in heading to 70. The opposite would be... Well, let's just set the buck here. around here. Doesn't have to be perfect. Ah, there we have one of our flying friends. With something. With it Iceland. Where are you, little airport? Oh, not airport, but landing strip. No, of course I need to go in the same direction as the airport. How silly of me. So that was 6-5. Is it down there? I'm not sure, but yeah, there it is. I'm going to go to heading hold. And let's turn on the taxi and landing light. Oh wait. No. Going the wrong direction. Oh well, wait. Oh well. Oh, it's right now. I think. Yeah. Now we are on the downwind leg. And the airstrip should be in here somewhere. But I call it airstrip, but the runway. And let's adjust this one here, that it's going to be 6.5 as well.
Quebec, clear to land runway 7 left. 1069er at 14.
Change the tank. Turn off the pitot heater.
Flight 9er Quebec, please acknowledge.
I will in just a second. Let's increase this to full.
left 59er Quebec.
Let's see, 65 times 2. 130. Let's set the heading bug for 130. That doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. It's, yeah, of course. 65 plus 180. 245. Wondering why it's... Maybe it's because it's taking more toll on it because there's more fuel in one wing than the other. Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can figure out. Let me just show you this. So this localizer D27, there you would expect to be about 1,000 feet, and we are currently at 27 is there, so we can turn around now. Let's set the heading bug for 065. And put down 2 stages of flaps. Let's, when we have come around, I'll use the speed brake to bleed off a little bit of the spoiler to bleed off a little bit of velocity. Then we're going to see if we can capture the glide slope. See if we can. Let's see if we turn off nav, what it will do. It should try to capture the glide slope. It seems that it's doing a pretty okay job. Can follow it there, and we can follow it there. Let's let it put on my... Yes. Landing lights. Let's just be really naughty and change the wind to exactly 6.5 if I can do that. Uh, 6.4 is okay. Yeah. Now we should have complete another downwind. I'm pretty sure you can see the runway out there. let's see. We should actually have an approach. Yeah. So when the glide, you can see we have captured this glide slope here pretty nicely. So when we have this line here represents the altitude line, I will turn, when data is around here, I will turn approach on. So this is actually, in fact, an instrument landing. And there. Now we should... Oh, yes. Final stage of flaps. All lights have been turned on.
60 at 7 knots.
Let's see if we can bleed off a little bit of air. Sorry, air, speed. Go. Don't want to come in too slow. We have a lot of gust, and I don't like these gusts. Oh, let's give it a little bit more speed. I'm going to go to manual. Whoa. Lower gear. Hey. I have landing here. Let's see if we can... There we have them. The balls. We have the balls. Not the ball, but the balls. And we lost them again, but that's okay. And throttle off and glide in nice and easy. Let's turn on the speed brakes again. That was a little bit rough.
59er Quebec, contact ground on 121.855.
Going to 121.85559er Quebec.
We can find a way out of here. Let's go to the gates.
Ground November 8159er Quebec, request taxi to the gate.
November 8159er, Quebec taxi to gate 905 using taxiway cross runway 7 left alpha.
Alright. That was a bit better landing. But also not in a insane crosswind. So we did Island 4. You don't land when someone else has...
Quebec, please acknowledge.
Yeah.
Taxiing to gate 905 using taxiway cross runway 7 left alpha 59er Quebec.
Normally you would first ask for taxi when you get out here, but just wanted to change things up. What is that? Is that an A220? A Neo? Look at that. Full extended flaps. Let's just... Looks like a Neo. Yeah, it is. Pretty sure. Just give the full. So now I have to remember to turn off all the lights before shutting down the engines, except the beacon. So, let's do that. But in any case, welcome to Berlin. Alright, so yeah, 20 knots, that's a bit fast. Parking brake on. Should be done. Let's take a look. Yeah. And landing, taxi, nav, strobe.
Engine off time logged. Flight is finished. It has been monitored by On Air.
No. Don't wanna. There we go. Alright, so let's see what we got. Reputation increase, 30%, 5% for comfort, safety for 10, aircraft handling 5. That's pretty neat. And engine on, 10:33, touchdown 12, so 2 hours roughly. That's pretty okay. We received 138 plus 20% bonus. Say 30. That's reputation. All right. So mission XP 9. Valid flight. All right. So now you can see we are here at and it's doing some apron work. Let's take a look outside while it's doing that. So it was insert? Yeah. I'm not sure why I didn't go inside again. Let's put all of these on. Well, I can probably also open it here. I'm not sure if I can open it. No. was insert. Yeah. There you go. While we are unloading and stretching our legs, take a look at Schönefeld Airport here in Berlin. So we have a Cessna 152 out there. We have my little plane down here. Let's see if I can figure out where that beacon is. This should be the beacon. Well, obviously I cannot do that because sounds like we have. Is that an airplane or is that a car? I think it's a car. One of these cars down there. Yeah. But as you can see, we have external electricity here. We have a tuck, and we have these. No, that's a tow bar. And we have these chucks here to stop it from rolling. So obviously we could just go inside and remove the external power and tow bar. Let's see if I can turn it on. Let's turn on the... Oh, it is on. Alright. Let's go outside and see if I can see. Ah, it is down underneath here, which I would expect. Alright, but we are... fully loaded. So let's close up. And with that, let me just see one other thing I'd like to see. We have these gates here. Let me just see what they are. I wonder if it's this up here. That's the vents. Oh, press the wrong key. So we have some vents there. Not sure. Oh, whoa, that wasn't really not what I wanted. Let me see. Turn these off. Let me see if it's damped down here. Just turn on the power. Turn the beacon off. Let's see, we have cabin vents. See, that's the normal static port. Well, let's see. I can't really see much of a difference. Oh well, maybe I'll figure that out at some point. Oh, we need to have the parking brake on. And with this view of this lovely, beautiful airplane, I will say goodbye. I will probably do some missions, some more work off screen, off whatever. But essentially I will try to get back to you tomorrow, and we will continue to see what we can achieve. And the reason why I will do stuff while you're away and while I'm off screen is that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to get this to get anywhere in this game. Let me just show you. So one of the things I think is a little bit of a problem is that it says that they're still doing apron work. It seems that it's not really getting updated, but let me just show you. Let's go to dashboard. Do we have 16,600? And our company value is now 6.6k, so 6,600, because that's what we have earned. We are still reputation 2. Let me just see what we have, because we have some pending jobs. And this gives us 2,000 XP and 7,500 level L5, so it's a lot of missions. Goes really all around the world. Let's see, we have it's sort of a ESIP. So we can sort of take from EKCH to EKVA, from EKVA to ESIP, from ESIP to EXF, from EXF to EXK, and then back to ESFH. That's all the way up in the northern parts of Sweden. So that's why it's a good thing that I used this that we got this airplane here. Let me see if we can find anything where we are right now that take us remotely near Copenhagen, Denmark at least. Just north actually will do. Takes a little bit of time, it has to think. Come on. There we go. Let's see. Something with EK, so that is not up. That's a little bit more. That's into Poland. That's to Czech. Closer. That's 2 passengers, gives not much. The only thing that gives more is this one here then. No, this one gives. But it's 2 different places. 4 passengers, we can't even fit 4 passengers, I'm pretty sure. But I think it's over 2 passengers from one route. Yeah. But the next best mission that takes us towards Denmark is this mission here. To Finkenwerder, size 5, so it's also a pretty big airport. Let's take it, and I will with that I'll say goodbye. Remember, just as always, like I say, subscriptions, likes, I can't remember what they called on Twitch and what they called on YouTube, but on YouTube it's subscriptions and likes, and on Twitch it's following or something like that. They always help me. They help me on YouTube, they will help me on Twitch. So please, please, please do that, and then I will definitely see you in the next stream. I hope that it will be tomorrow. I'm not sure it will be Microsoft Flight Simulator. Probably will. But yeah, I'll see you then. Bye bye.